said, she goes, oh, I'll come down and...
Well, good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon to everybody that's tuning in from the World Wide Web. Welcome to Sutherland Hockey Club on Saturday the 30th of April 2022 for the Premier League clashes between Sutherland and Briars. We're in Sydney, Sutherland Shire, the glorious south of Sydney. And usually it's glorious, however today we've had quite a fair bit of rain around. But we're undercover and we're able to bring this coverage to you today. And you're all in for a special treat. 3 games back to back, PL1, PL2 and PL3, obviously in reverse order. We start shortly with Briars PL3 versus Sutho PL3. Thankfully we also have our guest commentator with us today, Mr. Craig Turner. And we look forward to taking you through these games together with our commentary team. Craig will be joined later in the day by Hannah McClung and Ethan Rowling. So I hope you've got a drink ready, you've got it up on the big screen. Remember, if you're streaming on the big screen, we are streaming in 1080 high definition, so please make sure the quality settings on YouTube are high enough so that you can follow the action along in high definition. So without further ado, I'm going to hand you over to the commentator for today, Mr. Craig Turner.
Thanks very much, Luke. It's good to be here at Sylvania Hockey Park, or Tradies Hockey Park, for the games this afternoon. We're anticipating some pretty close games between these, the clubs participating in all 3 grades. I think each one of them will be a close fought game. We're starting off with a PL3 game. So that's the 3rd grade team for each club.
because, Mummy, he fell.
Teams are just going through their warm-ups at the moment, so just a brief introduction on where they are in the competition and how they've been running. So Briars, who are visitors here today, they've played 3 games. We're in round 5, but both these teams have had a bye round, so although we're in round 5, both of them have played 3 games so far. So from Briars' 3 games, they're yet to record a point, so they've had 3 losses so far. I think it's been difficult for all teams to get started this year. I'm sure Briars will be keen to at least pick up a point out of today's game. They're currently in 10th position on the table. Their goal scoring record is 5 goals for and 11 against, so they've got a negative goal difference, which is what you'd expect from 3 losses from 3 games. And I'm sure they'll be looking to sort of get their season started today with a strong performance. Sutherland, they've had a better start to the season, 1 win and 2 draws. They're on 5 points and in 6th position. So middle of the table. It's not where they'd like to be, but it's been an okay start to the season for the Sutherland Blues team. They've got a positive goal difference of 7, so 7 goals for and 3 against so far this season. So they've been both scoring goals and keeping their goal sheet in goals fairly clean. Really, they would be looking for a pretty good win today. That would be what they would be looking for. Certainly, they'd be disappointed with anything less. Their performances have been improving over the last few weeks, and I think they'll really want to show today what they're capable of. The playing conditions, despite the wet weather we've had, their playing conditions are absolutely perfect. The pitch is uniformly well watered without being soppy, so the playing conditions really are perfect for both teams. There's no breeze, but it's not hot, that's for sure. I think they'll both enjoy very much being out there. I think we'll just be a minute or so away from a start now. I think both teams will I talked about the difficult start. I mean, I think all teams are being affected with variations in their player list, in a lot of cases due to COVID isolations or illnesses, apart from the normal reasons for players not being around. It's certainly been quite disruptive. Anyway, Sutherland are coming out onto the pitch now, and Briars are just finishing their pre-game prep talk. Last few instructions from their coach and captains. So just on the Sutherland side, we've got in the strikers, we've got Ewan Bollard, James Mulcair and Matt Vine. In the midfield, we've got Tim Maul, Ralph Prince and Jet Austin. Justin Hunting at central defender, and the back 3 are David Hindmarsh, Aidan Taylor and Brad Bollard. So he plays away. It's a good turnover for Sutherland. They've moved the ball quickly to the open side. Tim Maul in possession. So that was very strong and smart play by Matt Vine. He's looped the ball around the goalkeeper, so he didn't take the instinctive option to blast the ball into his pads. He's got the ball around the goalkeeper and then pushed it into a defender's foot who was right on the line. So that was, he's been awarded a penalty stroke because that was a certain goal. There was no one behind that defender. So smart play by Matt Vine. Having won the stroke, it looks like he's now going to get to take it. And he's put that away well. So, opening score in the first 2 minutes for Sutherland, 1-0 up. So having just scored that opening goal, Sutherland will now try and make sure that they can retain possession of the ball and deny Briars the opportunity for an early response. So Brad Bollard with the ball from left defender across to David Hindmarsh. Out to Jed Austin on the right side. It's a good switch of the play. I'll keep possession there. Right idea there. Jet was just going to drop that ball off to Jimmy Mulcair, but just missed it. It's the right idea. Now Briars are coming away on there through their right side. So Sutherland's just working the ball across their back three here, waiting for the gap to open up, ideally through the middle, but I'll look to move the Briars forwards around. So Briars with the ball just on the just behind the halfway. It may be an indicator of Briars' strategy there, rather than sort of work the ball through the midfield. They've tried to get the ball with a long pass through to the circle. I think we might see a fair bit more of that. So turnover to Sutherland just outside their 25. Lachlan O'Leary on the ball. Oh, that was an excellent pass from David Highmarsh. It was probably a bit risky, but unfortunately the trap was just missed. Those sorts of transfers can really open up the field. That's a good defensive work from David Highmarsh again. Unfortunately, another turnover by Sutherland puts Briars in a stronger position, but there's really a wall of blue in front of the Briars ball carrier. So a lovely pass through from Jimmy Mulcair. Matt Vine again on the ball. Oh, that was an excellent tackle in the last line from Briars. I think that might have been Matt Wilson on the ball. So midway through the first quarter, we're still 1-0 up after Sutherland scored that early goal. So corner to Sutherland off the Briars stick over the back line. Oh, very nice shot. That was James Mulcair on the left. That was a very good backstick shot from a difficult position. Really, he was looking for a striker right up on the right goalpost. Would have been an easy put away. Back with Alan Charlton. Well, that's a great pass through to the high striker. So that ball came off Tim Crismell's foot. Unfortunate spot for a turnover. There's another example of those hits into the circle from Briars. I think, as I said earlier, we might see a bit more of that. They'll be looking for the strikers floating around inside the circle, maybe for a deflection. Good turnover from Briars, good pick up. So they're under pressure here from the Sutherland midfield and forwards. Sutherland are doing a good job at this stage of giving any Briars ball carrier no time on the ball at all to get settled, which is why we're seeing quite a lot of these turnovers. So that's good pressure. Through from Chris Merrill to Matt Vine again. So they'll be looking perhaps to set something up. They've gone back through the right. So Lachlan O'Leary's switched across the right side now. Just won the ball. And Briars come away with that ball. Oh, terrific pass through from Hanson Hardib. And that's Gilbert Goff Fuller's first foray from Sutherland's goals. Foray in the game. Needed to be quickly out to cut that attack down. So Sutherland are doing a good job in their deep defence in closing the Briars strikers down. No one's been left unattended, which is why the turnovers just occurred. So Matt Vine, great tackle from Alan Charlton. Well done, very neatly done. So Lachlan O'Leary with the ball from the sideline, back to David Hindmarsh. Across to Brad Bollard at left defender. Briars are coming forward again, but they're really outnumbered by the Sutherland defence there. There was no free striker. So on that occasion, again, good defence from Sutherland. So just under 2 minutes to go of this first quarter. Sutherland are up 1-0. That's a good win from Sutherland on that ball. So contested possession. Matt Quinlivan on the ball now. Through to Hugh and Bollard and into the circle. Just enough of a deflection. Just enough of a deflection from the Briars stick to take that away, and then Ralph Prince was also under pressure with the shot. So 16 to Briars. And that's the end of the first quarter. So we finish 1-0 up to Sutherland after Sutherland had a particularly good opening start, and I think it was in the first 2 minutes that Sutherland had that penalty stroke opportunity, which was converted by Matt Vine. There's been no other goals and no penalty corners through the first quarter, but certainly the weight of possession and field position was typically with Sutherland. So I think they just need to settle a little with their passing. They can maybe make a few more of those passes stick so they can hold possession through the midfield. They'll get a few more circle penetration. So they've just got a few too many turnovers at this stage as they go through the midfield. They've got to turn more of that possession into pressure on the opposition. So I'm sure that'll be their objective for the next quarter. There are certainly more goals there to be scored, but they've got to get the ball on the stick in the D. It's a 2-minute break at quarter time. Meant to be a pretty short chat and a drink change and an opportunity for some more substitutions to be made, but it is just a short break, 2 minutes. We have a longer break at the half time.
And Craig, for everybody that's listening at home, if you'd like to comment, please feel free. We can share your comments on screen. So if you're on YouTube, press like or subscribe. You can make a comment into the comment box and we'll be able to share your support of your team, whether that be Sutherland or Briars, on the screen for everybody to see. Back to you, Craig.
Okay, the teams are coming out to the field for the next quarter. There is no blue sky here. It's completely overcast, so the lights are on. They should be sufficient in the overcast conditions. I suspect the streaming picture quality is perhaps a little bit superior to the lighting conditions we've actually got. Some pretty good cameras here, so the quality of the light on the screen is slightly better than what I can see on the field, but no problem for the players yet. That's some good passing by Sutherland. Nearly half a dozen passes in this passage of play. So that was a good movement from just outside the halfway through to a circle penetration. Just needed that last pass in from Jet to find a blue stick. But this is a more positive start from Sutherland. That's good defence from Brenton Oos for Briars. It was a difficult left side tackle, which he executed very well. Terrific pass through from Ralph Prince, which just evaded Jed Austin on the back line, but that was an excellent play. Getting the ball through to a striker on the back line is the way to get through. That's a good turnover forced by Ralph Prince. And he's on the ball again. Tim Maul now. Pass through to Matt Quinlivan. This is where we need to keep it on the blue stick. And Briars win that ball and clear from the D. So Tim Crismail back to Brad Bollard, who's moved into central defender. Some good passing by Sutherland across the field, but unfortunately it came undone on the left sideline there. So turnover to Briars, and they've got the ball into the 25. So corner to Briars. Some good last line defence there from Gilbert Goff-Fuller, and also a great tackle from Brad Bollard, but some of them are really under pressure there. Briars strikers getting very close to the goal, and we're in a very dangerous position, so really required some quite desperate efforts to keep that ball out. Anyway, Briars have been awarded a penalty corner. This is their first for the game. I think Alan Charlton at the top of the D is indicating the ball's coming to him, so we'll see what happens, but I would be very surprised if it doesn't. And he's put that straight into the corner of the goal. So got Briars have equalised. So a goal to Alan Charlton and 1-1. So Sutherland have had probably 6.5 minutes of the 7 minutes of the second quarter in possession of the ball, forcing Briars into defence, and with one breakaway and then a penalty corner, Briars have actually scored the goal. So that's how it can go. Anyway, I'm sure Sutherland won't let that setback. Another good, that was Gilbert Goff-Fuller again to the top of the D. That was good mobility from him. He needed to be there with the breakaway. That Vine to Ralph Prince and across to Jimmy Mulcair. It's a pretty experienced midfield line. So strong attacking position for Sutherland here. So now the ball out with Jimmy Mulcair. He'll take it along the back line. Just lost possession there. No sympathy from the umpire, but he did push that ball a little bit far past to convince him there was a obstruction. I think that ball just fell onto Jimmy's foot, so turn over to Briars, who'll seek to clear from the D. There's really nowhere to go for them. They've got Sutherland wall of blue in front of them, so I think they'll probably resort to a few more long passes. They can work the ball up to the halfway or thereabouts, and then make their longer passes. They may have more effect. Tim Moore on the ball for Sutherland. Switched from left to right. An early pass is required. I think that ball with Jed Austin has just gone over the back line, which is unfortunate. He did have good control of the ball there. That's good forcing defence from Brad Bollard. Unfortunately, the ball came back to Briars, but another turnover. Hugh Bollard on the ball now. With Tim Moore, he'll look to get it across the field. With James Mulcair again. So that was another cross from James Mulcair, not quite as dangerous as the previous one he attempted from a similar position. So Sutherland's not quite taking advantage of the possession they've got when it comes to penetrating the circle. They really need to create some more shots on goal. That's what they're missing. Great steal from Matt Vine. With Jimmy Mulcair, he had the goalkeeper in front of him and did the layoff to Hugh Bollard at the left, and the ball was just intercepted by the right Briars defender. However, they have been awarded a penalty corner, which is their first for the match. So Hugh Bollard's injecting in to Tim Moore at the top, and Matt Vine with a drag flick, but that was deflected by the goalkeeper wide. It was just an in-between flick. It wasn't high enough or low enough. It was just at the height where the goalkeeper could get his hand onto it. Needed to be a bit lower or a bit higher. Another corner to Sutherland. Ball off the Briars defender and over the back line. So just over 4 minutes to go in the first half. We're at 1-1. This is certainly turning into a bit of a war of an attrition for Sutherland. They're pressing on the Briars defence, and at this stage Briars have managed to keep them generally out of the circle. So Sutherland have got to work a way around that little puzzle. They need more circle penetrations, and from that more shots on goal. They've got the midfield possession and control they need. Perhaps just to make those final few passes stick. Good intercept from Tim Maul, and he's got the ball through to Tim Crismo. Just too many blue defenders there for Briars. I think Briars can feel justifiably irritated by that non-decision. I think that was a pretty clear penalty corner off the defender's foot. However, umpire was behind and wouldn't have seen that. So a minute to go in the half. Great save by Gilbert Gough-Fuller. Sutherland still under pressure there in the D. The ball was lifted out of the circle, but fortunately it didn't go near any players, so they got away with it. Just going to run out of time there. So Briars have in fact finished 1-0 up in that quarter, and at half time we're 1-1. So 5-minute break for the teams. They'll regroup. Quite different strategies from both teams. Sutherland have concentrated on building the play through their midfield. They've been had certainly the weight of possession. They just haven't turned that midfield possession at this stage into circle penetrations and shots on goal, which is what they'll need to try and address in the second half, whilst it always being alert to Briars' strategy of long passes through to their high strikers. So they need to make sure their deep defenders stay alert. They've done that certainly pretty well to date. But there's always that risk of the breakaway goal or the quick turnover resulting in a ball through to a high striker. So Sutherland's got to keep alert in defence, but really they need to focus on turning that midfield possession into and better ball control as they go into the 25 and into the circle. And Briars, they need to keep the ball out of their 25. They need to keep the ball out of their 25, work the ball through to the midfield, and then try and make a connection with their strikers high up. So both teams have got an approach. It'll be interesting to see who comes out better in the second half. Sutherland have got work to do to get the result that they would really want. They'll be looking for a solid win here, and they've done a fair bit of work, but they haven't yet got the results on the scoreboard. So it'll be interesting to see how it pans out in the second half.
Thank you, Craig. It's half time here at Tradies Hockey Park at Sylvania. 1-1. Sutherland and Briars. We're going to give Craig just a little break. We thank him for all of his efforts. He's flying solo for the first game today. But I do notice there's plenty of good comments on screen about his commentary. So thank you, Craig, and to everybody at home that's commenting, particularly the Sutho supporters at the moment. Keep the comments coming. If there's any Briars supporters out there, feel free to share the link, the YouTube link, on your social media channels. And we'd love to see some Briars comments on this stream. So please get involved. We want this to be as interactive as possible today. And we'll just play the music and we'll be back shortly for the second half.
So teams coming back out onto the pitch. They start the second half all square on the scoreboard. So just to recap, Sutherland took the early lead. I think within the first 2 minutes they had that first goal on the board, and then Briars responded midway through the second quarter with a penalty corner. Beautiful strike from Alan Charlton. So 1-1, and we're set to go. So Matt Vine on the ball after a good lead up through the left side attack. That's a good clearance from Jed Austin to get the ball out into space. So Southern will look to use the right side from here. Lachlan O'Leary on the ball. Unfortunately, he's just come off his stick a little far, and Briars picked that up. And it's a long trek back for Sutherland, all the way down for a 16. David Highmarsh across to Brad Bollard. Back again. Try and move this ball around to keep the Briars strikers and midfielders mobile. Pass through from Brad Bollard to Jed Austin, and just off the Briars defender's stick for a corner. That's good control from Matt Wilson in defence for Briars, and so that was Matt Quinlivan with the reverse stick shot, but it was it was well out from the goal, and really wasn't going to cause the goalkeeper any trouble. Briars have certainly loaded their defence here. They've got everyone inside the 25. So Southern are going to find it difficult to get through here. At the very least, they'll be in the contest, but the opportunity will be to force a penalty corner. Hugh Bollard's got that ball through. Goalkeeper got out quickly to him. It's very strong tackling from David Highmarsh. But really it was 1-on-2 for the Briars striker. Very difficult odds. So Briars holding the ball in their attacking half, which is better for position for them. However, another turnover as they go into attack. This is where Sutherland need a little bit more stretch in their attack. Good strength from Matt Quinlivan. Terrific pass to Ralph Prince. And he's got that ball across. Matt Vine is almost there. Just a bit of it's just out of his reach. That was good play by Matt Quinlivan. Well, Brad Bollard eliminated the first player there, but the second one was a bit more difficult. Jimmy Mulcair on the ball. Great pass in, but Tim Moore just couldn't control that. The ball in from Jet Austin, and then Matt Quinlivan has picked up the rebound from the goalkeeper and put the ball in the corner. So Sutherland are first to score in the third quarter. This is good to see from Sutherland. After that goal, they're straight back on the attack. Good running from Ralph Prince. Good 1-2. Ball through to Hugh and Bollard. And smart play there, got the penalty. Really surrounded by Briars' defence there, trying to pin him into the corner. Excellent cross, found Matt Vine. Still in possession of the ball. He needs to get a result here, a corner or a shot on goal. That rebound from the goalkeeper just eluded Ralph Prince, who hangs his head. Ralph would normally eat those for breakfast. So that was good circle pressure from Sutherland. Some better control with their passing into the circle. That was a vital intervention from David Hindmarsh in defence there. There's a striker in behind him, but he just managed to pick that ball up as it was passed through by the Briars attack. Tim Crismail on the ball. I think he just ran out of... It was just a bit overstretched there, and the third Briars defender got him. Good pass through from Jed Austin to Jimmy Mulcair. Well, he's asked the umpire, and the umpire said, well, it's a corner. That's all you're going to get out of that. On his favoured left side again. And unfortunately he's lifted that one, so that's just a free hit to the opposition. Matt Vine on the ball. He's collected that Briars defender. This is where they need to keep control. Excellent shot by Jed Austin from the bouncing ball. Ralph Prince did get that one on his stick and drew a really good save from the Briars goalkeeper. And unfortunately, Jimmy Mulcair has missed perhaps the best opportunity he's had this game. So 1 yard out from the goal, but just couldn't trap it. It was a bouncing ball, so a difficult one, but that's where Sutherland's attack need to get the ball. They need to get the ball to the striker near the goal. So that's much more promising play. That's a dangerous turnover forced by Briars. Bring the full ball forward here. Oh, they've found an open striker. That's an excellent goal from Briars. See if I can pick up the goal scorer. So that was Hardev Hansara on the end of it. So that makes the score 2-2. And Briars executed that one very well. Jimmy Mulcair with the ball. Eliminated 2 and almost cut out the goalkeeper with the final pass. So it was a strong attack down the left. Well, after all that positive play this quarter, with 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes to go, Sutherland find themselves still level. This time it's 2-2 rather than 1-1, but they've lost the advantage they had from that that goal earlier to Matt Quinlivan. So they've got to rebuild. That's an unfortunate midfield turnover because it gives Briars a chance to get forward. So Dave Hindmarsh has broken that attack down. So Sutherland defence will reset. So free hit to Briars just inside the 25 at the top of the circle. Under a minute to go in this quarter. All cut out by Aidan Taylor. I would think one final chance for Sutherland in attack this quarter. Jimmy Mulcair on the ball. And that one's gone right through the D. And a Briars hit in from the right-hand side. So that'll be it for the third quarter. 2-all. I think that's going to be an interesting quick chat at quarter time for the Sutherland team. They've played pretty much all over the opposition and really haven't taken sufficient advantage of their opportunities. So they've really got to look at themselves and say, what can we do in this last quarter to get the result we want and need from this game? Briars, as they've shown in that quarter, are always a chance of snagging a goal. It was a terrific execution from their two strikers that got in behind Sutherland defence and took advantage of the long through ball. And that's always an opportunity for them. So certainly some work to do for the Sutherland team to get the result they want. We'll see if they can do it in the last quarter. That's all right. Okay, we're back for the final quarter. So 2-all. Sutherland in possession. And I'd suggest they'd be looking for a couple of goals in this quarter. That was a good ball through from Aidan Taylor. Just eluded Matt Quinlivan. But they've got the ball in Briars' right defence, and they'll be aiming to keep it in there to force a turnover. Justin Hunting on the ball. Good trap and receive from Aidan Taylor out on the left. Through to Ralph Prince. Ooh. Good turnover from Tim Moore. Through to Matt Quinlivan. Back to Tim Moore. Well, that shot certainly forced a save from the goalkeeper. Good effort from Matt Quinlivan high on the back line there. Retained possession of the ball. Unfortunately, that one's gone straight onto Ralph Prince's foot. But some good energy there. So Sutherland have watched themselves here. Don't want to concede any simple corner. They're bringing the ball out of defence through Hugh and Bollard. It's out to Matt Quinlivan again. So Southern strikers are nice and high. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to get that ball through. That's desperate last line defence from Brad Bollard. Pretty vital tackle. Back with Ralph Prince through to Lachlan O'Leary. Matt Quinlivan again. He's been much more energised this quarter. Oh, terrific pass to Matt Vine, who just lost his footing as he took that that strike. But some terrific lead-up play from Matt Quinlivan that time. He certainly has come alive this quarter. Good sliding save there from Aidan Taylor. Perhaps slightly unlucky there for Justin Hunting. He had the ball on his stick. Umpire suggested he might have body checked the Briars player. So I've got 10 minutes left. Still 2-all. Sutherland certainly with the better of the attack in this quarter. And some good chances. So it's looking promising, but they need to convert. Good control in midfield from Ralph Prince. So Sutherland are methodically working this ball up the field. Need to get in behind the Briars strikers. Well, that was a remarkable goal. Pass into the circle found Matt Quinlivan at the top, and he's deflected it towards the striker on the post, but in fact the ball has gone off the post and into the goal. So second goal from Matt Quinlivan. And Sutherland have the advantage now with a score of 3-2. They need to keep the pressure on here. And go for that next goal. Briars are always just one good long pass away from another shot on goal. Aidan Taylor with the ball in the defence, across to Brad Bollard and through to David Hindmarsh. Looks like they'll come back again. That's better from Ralph Prince. He's through to Tim Maul, who's carried the ball quickly forward. Now he's got to find one of his strikes, and Jimmy Mulcair's there. Just deflected by Alan Charlton. This is better from Sutherland. They're getting some positive action in the circle. By getting forward quickly, they haven't got 11 Briars players behind the 25, so that's creating a bit more space for them and a bit more opportunity. You got the feeling there's another opportunity here for Sutherland, but they need to get the ball forward, which they've been doing pretty well this quarter, and then retain good control as they go into the D. Well done by David Hindmarsh there to secure that possession. So Sutherland trying to draw the Briars forward a bit here. Just create a bit of more space in behind. Unfortunately, they've lost the ball, and that's a very dangerous pass from Alan Charlton. Almost picked up. I think it might have been Sirish Iyengar up high, but that was a dangerous ball through. Just the sort of thing Sutherland's got to be watching for. Very good control from David Hindmarsh. And Hugh Bollard's picked that one up, but it's just a little bit far out of reach for him there. This is a terrific turnover from Tim Maul through to Hugh Bollard. Just couldn't control that ball. It's a tight situation, but yeah, that was a very strong turnover from Tim Maul just outside the 25. Really exposed the Briars defence, and unfortunately just couldn't take advantage of it in the D. So 2.5 minutes of this quarter to go. Sutherland 3-2 up at this stage, but searching for the next goal. Terrific ball from Hugh Bollard through to Matt Quinlivan. He's well into the circle, got the ball on his stick, through to Tim Maul and in the net. Outstanding play again by Matt Quinlivan, and Tim Maul's finished that one off very professionally. So Sutherland have got the 2-goal advantage that I think they would have liked to have had a bit earlier. Anyway, it's 4-2 up with Briars on the attack. Terrific last-ditch tackle from Brad Bollard there. He's still under pressure. I think Sutherland will pull everyone back here. So Briars back 2. That's Alan Charlton, Matt Wilson looking for the miracle pass. They're working the ball up to the 25. And Briars might have been a bit unlucky there with a possible foot in the circle. They're still working it. Just outside the circle with the ball. Good intercept from David Hindmarsh. And a terrific clearance down the left side from Ewan Bollard. There's 20 seconds to go. I think both sides have packed it in. Yep, hands are being shaken. I think that ball was just too far to chase. So that's full time in our PL3 game. Sutherland running out winners 4-2. Goal scorers for Sutherland were Matt Vine, 2 to Matt Quinlivan, and 1 to Tim Moore. So 4 goals to 2, and in the end, a reasonably convincing performance from Sutherland. They might have hoped for a bit more circle penetration in that first half, but by sticking with it, they got the results in the fourth quarter, and often that's what it's about, wearing the opposition down and taking advantage in the final quarter of the game. So that will be a good step forward for Sutherland after a strong win last week. They've backed it up this week with another win. Briars still yet to score a point, and they'll go back and think about that at their training session this week. So that's it for the PL3 game. The PL2 game, the teams are out there on the pitch warming up now.
Thanks to Craig for his commentary in PL3. We're going to take a break. We'll be back shortly with the PL2 action. Sutho versus Briars, and congratulations. Sutho are 1 up on the day. We still haven't found any Briars fans on the comments. So, if you're out there and you're a Briars fan, please make some comments and we'll send your support for your team. Bye-bye. See you shortly. Well, hello. Welcome back to Tradies Hockey Park. For the second game today, PL2 Premier League Men's Hockey, Sutherland versus Briars. We're just about to get started. Teams are coming out on the field, so I'll hand you over to our commentator again, Mr. Craig Turner.
Well, good afternoon. Back for our second game. Expecting a very close game here. Sutherland and Briars are both on 3 points on the competition table, so they've both had tough starts to the season in this grade. Briars in 7th position by virtue of a better goal difference, so they've had 1 win and 2 losses, and Sutherland have also had 1 win and 2 losses from their 3 games. So a betting man would say they're pretty even odds. Home ground advantage to Sutherland. Can't say anything about the sun. No one's running against the sun this afternoon. However, I think it's fair to say conditions are a bit clearer than they were earlier in the afternoon. And it's actually a bit brighter. So Sutherland start with possession. Sutherland have got the ball here, but not the field position. They just need to settle. And Briars have got that out a little bit too easily out of their defence. And so a couple of minutes in and all the possessions being with Sutherland. However, the very best opportunity fell to Briars just a few moments ago, which just came from another deflection through. Ian McClung on the ball, looking for Mason Neal up front. That's a fairly decent toss from the Briars defence. Cleared the ball right across the midfield. That's a good pick-up from Sutherland defence. Good pass from Oliver Turner across the field. They've opened up the right side here. Hayden Neal back to Isaac Olsen and reset through Peter Mulcair. With Hayden Neal. Beautiful ball through Ian McClung. Oh, picked up by Mason Neal on the far side of the goal. So Brendan Sharp was instrumental there. Picked the ball on the right side. Found Mason Neal on the far side of the circle, and Sutherland's opened the score. That's good energy from Hayden Neal. Almost forced that turnover. Brendan Sharp again picking that up. Oh, Brendan Sharp's picked that up. Has he found it? No. Lost it again. Good defence from Ian McClung. Good turnover. So Briars with the ball on the centre line. They'll try and set themselves for an attack here. Mason Neal harassing them. And that's forced a turnover. Hayden Neal now with the ball. He's going to look for Mason Neal. And there's Mason on the top of the D and into the corner. Very well set up by the two Neal boys. So Hayden Neal held that ball just long enough to ensure Mason was clear of the defence and slotted it through at the right opportunity. And with just the goalkeeper to beat, Mason Neal's put it in the corner of the net. Briars threatening Sutherland circle here. That's where Sutherland needs to be strong after excellent start with the 2 goals. They've got to be strong in defence here. And Peter Mulcair is exactly that. That was unfortunate. It was a good ball out from Peter Mulcair, and the ball from Oliver Turner just got behind Sutherland teammate. Good defence from Blake Sharp. Oh, that was an over-ambitious pass. Sutherland were lucky that wasn't cut off. Tasnarinen through to Oliver Turner. He just ran into 3 people there and surprisingly didn't get through. Oh, good tackle there. Tasnarinen in the centre. So Blake Sharp on the ball across to Peter Mulcair. Found Ian McClung. That's a good turn from Tasno Rimans through to Isaac Olsen. And just lost the ball over the back line. That's a pretty effective clearance from deep in defence. Found the Briars midfield. And Daniel Bryant forced to come out from goal for that one. It's been a very positive first 10 minutes from Sutherland. Everyone's energetic at this stage of the game, and Sutherland have been able to match that energy with some good ball control. So it's resulted in plenty of possession. So an unforced turnover there on the halfway puts Briars back in position. Good speed from Peter Mulcair there. That ball should never have got along the back line, but it did, and took a very fortunate deflection for Sutherland, which eluded the Briars oncoming striker. So good defence from Sutherland. I think there might have been an infringement on the Sutherland stick, but it was the ball was left with the Briars striker, so they had the advantage. It was unfortunate for Sutherland. They got good numbers to the ball in defence, but just an error and the ball onto the feet turns it back over for Briars. Sutherland have got everyone in the 25 at this stage. So with the 16-yard heat, they'll get their strikers up the field. So some great play there by Matt Thompson for Sutherland along the back line. Got the ball across to Hayden Neal, who just didn't have time for the shot he was looking for. He really wanted to wind up on that one and just did not have the time for that. But some very strong play by young Matt Thompson along the back line. So first penalty corner for Sutherland. So not quite the play they might have expected, but Hayden Neal has drawn the ball past a couple of on-rushing defenders and then managed to catch the goalkeeper with his weight on the wrong foot and put the ball in the back of the net. So 3-0 to Sutherland with just under 2 minutes to go of the opening quarter. Great running back from Hayden Neal there to win that ball. And he's disposed really well to Brendan Sharp through to Mason Neal. Mason's pretty strong on the ball here, and the Briars defenders managed to just bump it off his stick over the back line. I think that'll be the final play for the quarter. Some good pressure from Sutherland there in attack. So a very good first quarter from Sutherland. They've had the ball control, the field position, and they've got the results in the circle. It was the Neal boys who did that, 2 to Mason Neal and 1 to Hayden Neal. So a very good first quarter for Sutherland, 3-0 up.
How are you?
So it's quarter time here at Tradies Hockey Park. Just for everybody that's watching at home, make sure you've got it set to 1080p. You can stream to high definition on your television at home. And if you'd like to comment, whether you're from Briars or Sutho, please feel free to like, subscribe and comment on the YouTube channel. We'd love to get some of your comments up on screen as part of the live stream. So please feel free to get involved. at home, and we'll make this as interactive as possible. Back over to Craig in the commentary box.
Okay, teams are out for the second quarter. Sutherland starts with a 3-0 advantage, which is probably as good a first quarter as they would have hoped for. And the other question is, can they keep the momentum up? So Sutherland are passing the ball across the midfield. In theory, they're doing that whilst the strikers up high are moving their defence around. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of movement from the strikers, so nothing much changes. So slowly Sutherland are moving up the field. Briars in possession on the Sutherland side of the halfway, and they'll take a corner from that one. That's very dangerous, but Peter Mulcair just managed to get that ball onto the Timothy Fishlock's foot, the top of the D, so he's got the free hit, but getting in behind the last Sutherland defenders like that is pretty dangerous. That's good strength from Ian McClung, but he actually has been forced off the ball there, and Briars have the turnover. So a penalty corner to Briars. That's a good attacking play through the midfield. Sutherland were just left with too many attackers on too few defenders there. So Briars is set up. I'm just waiting to see what the umpire might have called here. I don't know whether he found a break from the attacking team. Oh, set to go again. Hayden Neal was out quickly on that one and broke it down at the top of the circle. So Sutherland's ball from the sideline. So Blake Sharp on the ball. Back to Peter Mulcair right in the back line. So Ian McClung dropping back into a back four allows Tas Nairinen to push up the sideline, which was looking like a good play, but unfortunately he's just missed the trap there. So Briars reset. Isaac Olsen was waiting for the umpire's decision there, and it didn't come, which left Sutherland exposed at the back. Fortunately, they've recovered.
You hold on my food,
Good ball from Hayden Neal through to Brendan Sharp. He's looking for Mason Neal again. Sure, Mason will have words to his brother after that effort. Hayden streaming through, intercepted the ball, but couldn't make the most of it. Well, Briars have done well to get it out of there. I thought they were hemmed in by the Sutherland midfield. However, I was going to say that was an over-ambitious pass from Tas Nairinen, but it got past the Briars defender and left Mason Neal with a chance from a very acute angle. He only just missed. I'd say he's got his confidence up. That's well played by Oliver Turner. Ball into the circle to Brendan Sharp, and he's managed to deflect the ball onto the Briars defender's foot. So that's another corner to Sutherland. Their second of the game. Wait on there. I think the umpires might be reviewing the decision. So the second umpire has come in there and obviously had a better view of the line of the ball, and it's a penalty to Briars. Briars trying to work this ball around. They're going to find it tough getting through out wide, but maintaining possession is key at this stage for them. So 7.5 minutes to go. Sutherland 3-0 up at this stage. 7.5 minutes of this quarter, the second quarter.
turn, he got the free hit, and goes again, that's a green card. He says something, yellow card. And I want to be playing like, he was so close to
That's good running by Hayden Neal. Picked up that ball, passed it through to Scott Krisafi, and now back with Hayden Neal. So ball, Sutherland with the ball now. Isaac Olsen on the ball, deep in attack. Ball must travel 5 yards before it goes in the circle. It's now done that. Briars have got everyone behind the ball. Ian McClung to Oliver Turner. And I think there were just too many people on him there. Good ball control, but
we pre-planned they were just going to go to me on the left. Their runners were so quick that they didn't make it out to the battery.
that toss has gone over the back line. So Sutherland will restart from the 16.
Dribbled past one, but back inside the other, flicked the ball top corner into the
Still good signs from Sutherland. They're very much in control of this game and the possession.
Well, off the dribble, like, dribble one half player. I went through the second one and I saw, alright, this one's in the roof of the net, and the keeper just stand there and stick up and just like
Mason Neal on the ball. Great elimination. Very nice Tasnai Rinnan. Oh, that ball's just gone all over his feet. That was good intercept. I don't know how Mason Neal missed that, and we might ask him after the game. Daniel Bryant right onto that. Good solid defence from Daniel in goals. That was quite a dangerous attack, but Briars did run themselves into a very difficult angle, which certainly made it easier for the goalkeeper in the end. That'll be a stick check and a free hit to Sutherland. Hayden Neal again with the ball. He's finding plenty of ball today. Hayden Neal's cleared that one up deep in defence, but Briars are back on the attack. That's good. They need quick movement now. They've taken the ball into the centre. Now they need to move it quickly around the sides. That's a green card to Isaac Olsen. I think it might have been a stick check earlier on. So he's off for 2 minutes. Oh, delightful reception by Brendan Sharp. He's now looking for the pass.
Bring me back on. At that point, I played less. I beat it after the 2 minutes.
Some good strength in defence there from Briars.
One? We don't really have, no one really has been touched. Like generally
So just on a minute to go in this quarter. Sutherland lead 3-0. Haven't added a goal this quarter. I think Peter Mulcair might call interference on Ian McClung there. I think he had that well lined up, but anyway, the ball's with Sutherland. Matt Vine now in possession. Oh, vital intercept there from Briars' defence. So last 15 seconds for this quarter. Ball out with Ian McClung, probably one more chance to get the ball forward. So that's the end of the first half. Sutherland still 3-0, retaining their lead from the first quarter. It's a solid second quarter from Sutherland. Didn't get the results that time, but still very impressive in their ball control and their penetration into attack. So the teams will reset, and I'll be out in a couple of minutes for the second half.
My hockey career progressed really quickly in this second. Like, I played my first year, I played 13 days. The next year I played 15 extra. Because we had a match
Well, that's half-time here at Tradies Hockey Park. And the sun is coming out. Ready for the second half shortly. Sutherland lead Briars 3-0. We're going to take a break, give the commentators an opportunity to have a rest, and we'll be back with the second half action.
Okay,
welcome back. Sorry. Welcome back for the second half. Over to Craig.
So pretty immediately, Sutherland have won a turnover, which is a good way to start the quarter. Tasnai Rinnan on the ball. Through to Scott Chrisafi. And that one fell to Brendan Sharp and just wide of the post. So excellent run from Tasnai Rinnan down the right side there. And even more impressively, some good ball control in the circle when they got there. So Sutherland start the quarter leading 3-0. Looking to add to that score, I'm sure. Great tackle from Oliver Turner. Hayden Neal on the ball. He's gone straight through the Briars defence there, but the last pass went astray. Just lifted it across the circle, which was unfortunate. Showed some great speed there. Oliver Turner on the ball. That pass has gone astray. Ian McClung will tidy up. I think Sutherland have got Briars a bit rattled here. Oh, well, I was going to say they had them rattled. Now, through an error, Briars have picked up 40 yards of field position and will have Sutherland firmly in defence. So conditions are appreciably brighter in this quarter. There's some actual shadows on the pitch, definitely some sun out, which is a great sign for the rest of the afternoon. That ball through to Tim Stetter. Oh, very good running on the ball from Tim. He's held that ball very well, allowed the Sutherland midfield to get up. Hayden Neal on the ball. Now with Ian McClung. And out to Scott Chrisafi. That's good ball retention from Sutherland. I'll reset with Peter Mulcair at the back. Oliver Turner through to Tim Stetter. Back. Unfortunately, that ball took a deflection off the Briars defender's stick and Oliver Turner couldn't control it. So that pass from Briars to their left side defender was obviously deliberately set up by Sutherland, because as soon as that player got the ball, there was nothing on. So Tasnai Rinnan back to Peter Mulcair. And with Blake Sharp. Okay, we're just going to have a few words now with Sutherland's coach, Grant Hollyman. You there, Grant? Okay, we're just trying to get Grant on the line.
I can't.
Yes, right. Hi, Grant.
Yep, sorry.
Thanks. So, Grant, what did you think of the first half?
Well, just half the hockey we've played this year, CT. We went out with a fairly basic plan to just trap in the hockey ball. We haven't missed that many traps. And, you know, things like that happen. You get a short corner, you make the traps, and you wait for people to make mistakes. So, yeah, I was really happy.
Yeah,
And
good.
the challenge for us now is to make sure that we don't become complacent, because 3-0 against these guys, it can quickly turn around.
Well, that's right. I mean, 3-0 in the first quarter. I think the second quarter was equally strong from the Sutherland. They just didn't get the results on the scoreboard, although there were a couple of opportunities. So I guess you're looking for really to capitalise on that with more goals this quarter and the final quarter.
Yeah, I guess that's the idea, CT, but I thought Briars played better in defence in the second quarter too as well. You know, we had one basic one where we should trapped it, but, you know, you do the simple things. Here we go. Save bogey. So yeah, no, they're a good sized prize, and I believe they've got, you know, a fantastic keeper. But, you know, our guys have done well too. And I'd take my hat off to our goalie. He's made 4 or 5 sharp saves, and 3-0. You think, oh, the goalie don't make a difference. Well, they could get back 3-1, 3-2, and the whole game changes. So I was really happy with our goalie as well.
Yes, well, I think we saw in the last game how quickly things can change, and Briars are sort of renowned for long balls from the midfield through to high strikers as a fairly regular play from them. So they're always a chance of getting a quick counter attack or a goal from a turnover.
Yeah, I mean that's their key, right? They're opportunistic. They're a running side. We talked about that before the game. It's why we're playing a high press. We're not playing a fall away press, because if we play a fall away press, we just play into their area. So we actually are trying to encourage them to go long, and it's so far successful. But, you know, it's still an awful long time in the game.
Yep. All right. Well, it's been a good performance so far. So let's, for Sutherland's sake, hope it continues, Grant. And thanks for taking a few words with us.
Thanks, CT. See you, mate.
So Briars in attack here. They are pinned on the sideline. We'll be trying to get away from there. As Grant was just saying, Sutherland are trying to press nice and high on the Briars midfield and defence to force them to throw the long ball, and without the luxury of time to do that. That's well controlled by Tasnai Rinnan out of the D, and he's won the penalty, so that's good defensive play by him. So Sutherland will seek to work this ball forward. Terrific overhead from Peter Mulcair. They're always difficult to receive on the bounce, and unfortunately that's what Hayden Neal had to do, and he just couldn't control the ball at the end there. Much better to try and get them on the full. Peter Mulcair through to Blake Sharp, and to Tasnai Rinnan again on the right. Some good speed there. Pushed it through to Scott Chrisafi, and Hayden Neal's on the ball. Just didn't have good control of it there, and Briars won the penalty for obstruction. So Sutherland pressing high there. So that ball from Briars has gone over the back line. Peter Mulcair to restart. Just a few turnovers of possession here, so games become a bit scrappy. Good intercept by Brendan Sharp. He'll look for Matt Vine, and he's gone wide to Mason Neal. That was perhaps an unfortunate pass through, but good counter-attack. They're the opportunities that you get in a game, and they're the ones you've got to try and capitalise on. Good defence there from Oliver Turner. Through to Isaac Olsen. Oh, that ball is deflected to Mason Neal. He's got it on his stick. And the umpire has called I think a deliberate stick check by the defender. And as it's a deliberate play, he's awarded a penalty stroke. So Mason Neal is on that. So Mason Neal on the ball, and he's put that away very efficiently. So third goal to Mason Neal, put Sutherland up 4-0 with 4.5 minutes to go in this third quarter. So that goal was a bit opportunistic. It was a deflection to Mason Neal that found him in the circle, and then an error by the Briars defence. But it's the Sutherland pressure that generates those sorts of opportunities. Briars back in possession here. Some good passing there, but just came undone outside the 25. Turnover for Briars. Hayden Neal in there cleaning up. Well done, Hayden Neal. Umpire's going to call them back to restart from the top of the D. Great ball from Isaac Olsen through to Mason Neal high. And back to Blake Sharp. This is where Sutherland need a little bit more mobility from their striker group, just to keep the defence moving. Good ball strength on the ball with Hayden Neal. He's lost that, but penalty against the Briars defender. Some quick passing there. Ian McClung across to Tas Nyrinen. Through to Isaac Olsen on the top of the D. What can he do with the ball there? That's solid defence from Briars. And they'll aim to get the ball up the other end of the field, I'd suggest, from here. With the high press that Grant talked about, there's always a gap on the opposite side of the field, so Briars tried to find that with an overhead. Unfortunately, there was no Briars player there to cut it off. Good breakdown by Briars, and they're bringing the ball out pretty positively from defence. I have got the ball through to their high striker. He just ran the ball over the back line, so relieving hit out of defence from Peter Mulcair. That's a good pass to Matt Vine on the halfway line. And now with Mason Neal on the 25. That was a over-ambitious pass across the top of the circle. Too many Briars defenders to get through there. And McClung trying to adopt some of Briars' tactics there and make the long pass into the circle and see if he could get behind the Briars defenders. So the end of the third quarter, Sutherland leading 4-0, and you'd have to say a fairly impressive display to date in terms of ball control and field position. They've been creating some good opportunities up front. So I'm sure they'd be hoping to continue with that style of play and perhaps get a few more shots on goal in the final quarter. For Briars, for them it's about seeing what sort of consolation goals they can score. I can't see them scoring 5 or 4, but a goal or 2 for them will give them some confidence. Their question is how they get through the Sutherland midfield. So teams are coming back on the field for the final quarter. Probably the best light of the day. Fair bit of blue sky to the south. So time on in the final quarter. That's a good evasion by Hayden Neal, carrying the ball strongly forward, and he's found Mason Neal out left. Scott Krisafi on the ball. It's back with Scott Krisafi now on the right side. Oh, nice little pass in there from Taz, but just didn't pick up Scott Krisafi on the back line. Good idea. Now with Ian McClung. Too many Briars defenders there for that sort of pass to work. Tim Stetter on the ball for Sutherland. Some good pressure by Sutherland's midfield there. A lot of running. Put the pressure on Briars. Great pass from Ian McClung through to Tasno Ridden, and he'll find Scott Krisafi on the back line. Off Brendan Sharp's leg, so freed out to Briars, but they've lost the ball again, so that's a costly turnover. They'll be back under pressure now. It's that midfield running from Sutherland that's doing the damage. They've put a lot of pressure on the Briars ball carrier. Not always going in for the first time tackle, but with numbers around the ball, Briars ball carrier finds it very difficult to get the ball away. Good turn from Tasno. Final pass went astray, but he's got the ball back. Just lost out on the top of the D there. A good attacking play by Briars. They really had to work hard for that, but that's what you're going to have to do to get in behind this Sutherland defence. Brendan Sharp on the ball. He'll be looking for a penalty there. Yes. Just a slightly careless tackle from the defender where he contacted the attacker's stick before the ball. So Sutherland set up, 2 at the battery. And that time Isaac Olsen. Yeah, so Sutherland striker stepped into the circle, and the cost of that is that the injector has to go back to halfway. So a new injector in Mason Neal. Ball with Mason Neal on the back line. Yes. Matt Vine on the far post has popped that one in. So good work by Mason Neal along the back line there. Committed the goalkeeper, passed the ball across to the striker on the far post for a simple put away. So Sutherland now lead by 5 goals to 0. Just ran out of space there, the Briars attacker. Brendan Sharp just touched that one through. Mason Neal on the ball to Oliver Turner. And that was just picked off, but good attacking play. Blake Sharp now at the back. He has moved into the position typically occupied by Peter Mulcair, who seems to have got an early mark. Good control by Sutherland in the circle. Didn't panic when they won the ball, and have been able to bring it out of the D. Now they need to work it forward through Hayden Neal. He's got 2 on him and has broken through. The third one is always a difficult proposition. Into the goal, but from way outside the circle, so no danger there. That's some good speed by Tim Stetter down the sideline, but he got a pretty substantial shoulder from the Briars defender. Anyway, he's back on his feet. So just over 7 minutes to go. Umpire thought Taz Nyrinen was shielding that ball, so he's penalised. A bit sloppy from the Sutherland defence there. McClung with the ball. Sutherland just got to sort out a few player positions there with Blake Sharp being sin bin for 2 minutes. Scott Crisafi on the ball through to Matt Vine. Good position. He's got Oliver Turner just inside him, but good defence from Briars. So Sutherland a man down for the next 2 minutes. Mason Neal is now at central defender. That was strong play by Briars into the circle, and they've won a penalty corner. So that's their second penalty corner for the game, and they'll be looking to take advantage. This is probably their best opportunity this quarter. So I think Briars have now been guilty of the same sin Sutherland were a few moments back. They've broken from the top of the circle. So one of the Briars attackers is back to the halfway line. Good running again from Hayden Neal. But unfortunately the clearance from Daniel Bryant wasn't enough. It's fallen onto a Briars stick, and Briars have put that one in the back of the net. Sutherland will be disappointed with that. So 3.5 minutes to go in this game. Tim Stetter on the ball. That pass from Briars went astray, and Sutherland are now into attack. And that was fortunate for Isaac Olsen. It was slightly misdirected, that pass, but he got it onto a Briars foot and retained possession. Tim Stetter on the ball, back to Tasnai Ridden. It's found Blake Sharp to Oliver Turner. Great pass through to Isaac Olsen, and he's put that away very well. I think we can see the benefits of the running from the Sutherland midfield. The Briars defence looks pretty exhausted, and they were just off the pace there, giving Isaac Olsen just that little bit of space he needed, and he's put that away very convincingly. So now 6-1 in favour of Sutherland. Good recovery from Tasnarinan there. It was an unfortunate turnover, but he recovered and I think he's in fact won a penalty. So 45 seconds to go. It's an ambitious pass back into your central defender. Blake Sharp was on top of it. Tim Stetter on the ball through to Oliver Turner. And Scott Chrisafi. No, that's just gone back onto the Briars 4-stick, so there'll be one more chance. So there's the final whistle. 6-1 we finish in favour of Sutherland. I have to say a very comprehensive performance by the Sutherland second grade team. I think it was their best performance to date. They've had a couple of really tough games early in the season, but they've started to look like they've got their mojo back. And they finish with a 6-1 win here today, and Briars have got some more work to do. So we will sign off now from the second grade game, and the first grade game will be on in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you to Craig, and thank you to all everybody who's tuning in at home. Just going to take a short break, and we'll be back for the build-up to the main game today. PL1 Sutherland versus Briars. Welcome back to Tradies Hockey Park in Sutherland Shire for the main game today. Sutherland PL1 versus Briars PL1. We're glad to have you on board if you're tuning in. Remember to stream to your television. We are streaming in high definition. So you should be able to set the settings on your television or your phone to ensure that you're getting us in 1080p. Remember, there's also the opportunity to comment, and we'll share your comments on screen to make this as interactive as possible. So joining us in the commentary box this afternoon for this final game and the main game today is Craig Turner. He's coming back for the third one today, and we really appreciate his efforts. And hopefully joining us soon is also Ethan or Bob Rowling as well, who's going to come and add some additional insights for this PL1 game today. So without further ado, I'm going to send you across to Craig in the commentary box ahead of the start.
Well, thanks, Luke, and good afternoon to everyone on the stream. I've got bright and sunny conditions here for the PL1 game. I haven't been able to say that at the start of the previous two games, I can assure you. So, ideal conditions and two very competitive teams. On performances so far, Briars and Sutherland are pretty evenly matched, you would say. Briars come into this game in 8th position on the table with 3 points. From their 3 games, they've had 1 win and 2 losses. And we've got a negative goal difference of 10, so 4 goals for and 14 against for the season so far. For Sutherland, they're in 7th position on 4 points, so just 1 ahead of Briars. From their 3 games, they've had 1 win, 1 draw and 1 loss. So 5 goals for them and 2 against. So they've done pretty well in defence, but they would certainly be looking to put some more balls in the net in this game. Traditionally, they are a high-scoring team, and they're looking to find that find those results pretty soon. So it is an important game for both sides. They're in the sort of bottom third of the points table, and a win here for either of them is very important for their progress through the season. Sutherland appears to be at pretty close to full strength with their team list. And they've had a few disruptions in the first few games with players missing. I'm sure they're hoping to settle into a pattern of play today and get some more circle penetrations and shots on the board. If they get those basics right, then anything can happen. So to date, the results, just recapping, it's been pretty good results for two Sutherland teams. So in third grade, Sutherland finished winning 4-2. In the end, that was a pretty convincing result, but it was a pretty close game. It was 2-0, 2-all, 1-all. That was pretty close through most of the game, but in the end, Sutherland had a convincing final quarter and finished up 4-2 winners. The second grade game was very strongly in Sutherland's favour right from the start. They had a 3-0 opening quarter, so that set the tone. And they went on from there and ended up with a 6-1 win. So it's been a good day for the Sutherland club. In the lower grades, second and third grade, they'll be looking for more of the same in this first grade game. So teams are about to take the field. They should be hitting off in the next minute or so.
On the Monday day, they were doing service, and then they disperse on Monday night.
So Briars come onto the field through the guard of honour from their second grade team, which unfortunately just means the second grade team are going to take a bit of time to get off the field. And we'll be underway. Okay, we're pretty much set for a start. Sutherland have the hit off. The two teams just getting the pace of the pitch at the moment. Nice pass from Matthew Bennett there. Harry Roberts was just eluded him. Good turnover from Michael Sharkey through Angus Callanan. Unfortunately, Christian Halliard just couldn't retain possession. So Briars have the chance to come out of defence again. Blake Hernandez through to Harry Roberts, and just a mistrap there at the high, up high, but good quick transfer from Sutherland, saw the ball into attack. Alex Shaw back to Mitch Ray and over to Wade Tonner. Into Angus Callanan. Good control under pressure there. He had 3 on him, Angus Callanan. Got the ball away. Pass from Alex Shaw down to Christian Halliard on the back line. Under pressure from Riley Nyland. And Riley Nyland's won that ball back. That's a very good turnover. Corner for Sutherland. So take from the 25. Through Angus Cullinan to Wade Tonner out left. And he'll come back into the centre. And Mitch Ray will come out to the right. So there's some good movement from the high Sutherland strikers, which is what you want to see as that ball's going across the field. And Riley Nyland's got the ball now. A slider from Blake Shaw. Almost got through. Oh, that's good contest from Harry Roberts. He's stolen that ball and a shot into the goal. So Harry Roberts' pace allowed him to get to that ball just in front of the, pinched it off the Briars defender, and he capitalised on that opportunity really well. So 5 minutes into the game, Sutherland lead 1-0. That ball through Blake Hernandez to Matthew Bennett. Free hit to Sutherland. Alex Shaw back to Mitch Ray. I'll go back and try again. Excellent pass from Wade Tonner. Just missed Christian Halliard up there high. That was must have been centimetres in it. So Sutherland will be trying to keep this ball high, but Briars have relieved successfully by the overhead. Oh, Mitch Ray's been outpaced there. This is a dangerous move from Briars. But Nathan Ackroyd shut it down in goals. Good speed to the ball. I think Briars might have made a little bit more of that. So first penalty corner of the game goes to Briars. And after spending most of the opening in their half, they've got a chance to get one on the scoreboard. So it's 5 in defence for Sutherland.
Yeah, I'm going to organise
Sutherland have worked that out well. Didn't panic in the D. Nathan Ackroyd's initial save was well cleared by the Sutherland defenders. Good strength from Angus Cullinan there. He's picked up that ball under pressure. Found Zach Keelan. And he'll be... Unfortunately, his pass went astray. And he's working hard now to try and get it back. So Alex Shaw managed to get a stick in there and just deflected onto the Briars striker's foot, which was fortuitous. That's good, strong defence from Alex Shaw. Unfortunately, that ball was lifted from Wade Tonner, so free hit to Briars. Well done from Alex Shaw, very solid there. Strong tackle from Wade Tonner there, won that ball back in a difficult position for Sutherland. Michael Sharkey passed that out. Oh, beautiful pass from Wade Tonner down the sideline. He's picked up Riley Nyland, carrying the ball in along the back line. Very good ball control. And he's won a penalty corner. Perfect example of 3D skills there from Riley Nyland along the back line. Just kept the ball off the ground, which makes it very difficult for the defender not to infringe. So with 6 minutes to go, Sutherland have their first penalty corner for the match. So Blake Hernandez is on the strike. He'll be looking for a drag flick here, I would suggest. And Christian Halyard on the second battery. Let's go on to the second battery. Christian Halyard, he got some pace behind that, but the Briars defence got out to it and deflected it high over the back line. That's a good lead from Christian Halyard, but just missed the trap So Briars come away from defence. That's terrific running from Riley Nyland to get across there in behind Zach Keelan and keep the ball up. And Sutherland have won the turnover through the midfield. Oh, Briars picked that off Michael Sharkey, and fortunately Mitch Ray, last line of defence. Great pass from Blake Hernandez, finds Riley Nyland high. Unfortunately, his pass didn't reach Zach Keelan, so Briars come away again. So a turnover there from Briars near the halfway. Wade Tonner on the ball, back to Mitchell Ray and out to Alex Shaw on the right again. Good ball possession from Sutherland. And making the Briars midfield work hard, which should pay dividends later in the game as they tire. So I'm just joined in commentary by Ethan Rolling. And Ethan, welcome. And good to have your insights this afternoon.
Thank you. It's a bit of a different view on the game, and it should be some fun.
Yep. Sure it will be. So Sutherland still on the ball. Turnover there in the centre. Unfortunately, all Briars can see in front of them is Sutherland blue. So Sutherland win the ball back. Matthew Bennett high on the back line. Anything could happen here. Oh, that was a good tackle by Blake and Anders. Riley Lloyd on that ball. And onto Sutherland striker's foot. So Briars will get the chance to either take a breather or get the ball away, but they're running hard at the moment, and with just 1.5 minutes to go, they'll be keen not to concede another goal. Ball with Blake Hernandez through to Michael Sharkey. Excellent opportunity, and for some unknown reason Matthew Bennett missed a trap there. Simple trap just out from the goal. They're never simple, those traps. Good pressure from Sutherland. They're keeping Briars pinned in their defence, making it very difficult for them to get out. It's the work rate of the Sutherland striker line that's giving all this, putting all this pressure on Briars. So there's just 5 seconds to go. So that's the end of the first quarter. Sutherland have a lead of 1-0, and I think they'd be fairly pleased with that as an opening quarter. So Ethan, welcome to commentary. How did you think that first quarter went for Sutherland?
So I missed a lot of that start, but from what I watched at the end there, it looked like they were very patient with the ball, working the ball forward. They weren't rushing it and creating opportunities pretty much at will, and Briars had no answer to it.
Yes, I think Sutherland's running was definitely a key aspect of that. They didn't let up, and with that sort of continuous pressure on the Briars midfield and defence, I think Briars are going to find it hard in this second quarter. They start the second quarter with an energy gap after the first quarter. So Sutherland will be hoping that running they did in the first quarter pays dividends in the second.
With the patience they were just showing, they should be able to keep their running up to a maximum. Sort of they're controlling the ball from the back and not making the unnecessary running that Briars are having to do in defence. So they should have more legs going forward than Briars do altogether, really. So they should be able to run over them closer to half time, and then further on we go.
Okay, the team's about to come back out on the field. Strangely, the playing conditions appear to have just got better and better as the afternoon has gone on, or at least brighter. It was really quite bleak as we started earlier in the afternoon. Sun does play a bit of a factor here. Sutherland have got the sun behind them in this quarter.
Can't say I would think Briars would be too happy that the sun's come out for this first half. Making life difficult for their defenders and goalie earlier on.
That's good quick passing on the left sideline from Sutherland, keeping the ball under control, and now they've managed to find the open side with Blake Hernandez through to Zach Keelan. Terrific pass. Unfortunately, Zach's lifted that ball into the player's body, so it'll be a free hit to Briars. But that was a good play by Sutherland to move the ball out of that left side pocket. Now Sutherland are trying to keep it locked in Briars' defence. I thought Mitre had that one, but unfortunately he also managed to kick it. So penalty corner to Briars.
So they're falling victim to the effects of a very high press. Briars did really well to work it out of the back and down the right side to work its way down to a short corner. So we'll see what they can do with this opportunity.
So Briars have 2 batteries. That's a well executed penalty corner. I'd suggest they've wrong-footed Nathan Ackroyd in goals there. They've pulled the ball from right to left and got that ball in behind. So Briars have now equalised, 1-1, and are back on level terms. Harry Roberts coming away with the ball. Needs to find, he's getting compressed there. Needs to find a pass, and he has. He's found Matthew Bennett out wide.
And the pass goes begging.
It just goes begging, doesn't it? Might suggest that was an aggressive decision by the umpire. In any case, he's found a stick contact from the Briars defender outside the circle and has called a short corner. So he would have adjudged that as being a deliberate infringement. So Sutherland set up for their second penalty corner of the match.
It'd be a big turnaround if Sutho can capitalise here. Only, 60 seconds since Briars were able to find their equaliser, so hopefully Sutho can hit back and go 1 goal in front again. We've got Blake and Buzz lining up at the top of the circle. Let's see what they can come up with.
Oh, well done. So the initial shot from Christian Halliard was blocked, but the rebound from the goalkeeper fell to Harry Roberts, and he's put his second goal in. So Sutherland now 2-1. They've restored their 1-goal advantage. Riley Nyland on the ball there, surrounded by 3 Briars defenders. He's managed to win a free hit there. It's very good in those circumstances. Christian Halliard on the ball, finds the cross. Oh, that's just in front of Matthew Bennett. Goalkeeper managed to clear. So a corner to Sutherland. So Briars under pressure again. Trying to work this ball out of their half.
The pressure's enough to create another
turnover.
Turnover, yep. Beautiful overhead there by Alex. 50 metres to Buzz. Creating opportunity in the circle, and they get the result of a foot.
So another penalty corner for Sutherland. They want to improve their, despite getting the goal from the last corner, they weren't tidy at the top. They need to get things happening at the top of the D. So 2 batteries again. That's been stopped a yard out by the defender. Very good save.
Beautiful trap there by Harry. The goalie stays in the way to make a good save. The pressure stays on with Sutho at the 25. And Mitch Ray looks to control it with the ball back.
This is where Briars have come unstuck before, but perhaps a bit fortunate for Sutherland to pick up that ball. It seemed a bit untidy, but Sutherland have come away with it. So the ball with Wade Tonner on the sideline. Riley Lloyd through to Christian Halyard. Protecting that ball from the defender. Now he's broken away. Good strength from him. And I think off a Briars defender for a Sutherland hit in on the... Oh no, he's going to pull it back for the free hit at the top of the D. Michael Sharkey on the ball. Back to Mitch Ray. Alex Shaw. Very distinctive in his orange footwear.
Done very well to hold on to the ball there, but still turned over, and a breakaway for Briars. It's where they've hurt us in the past.
Well done.
The Blake's done well to clean up there, and will look to control the ball. Mitch Ray will play patient, wait for everyone to reset, and Sutho will work the ball up again. Short passes as they've done all game.
Terrific pass from Matthew Bennett through to Riley Nyland. And the ball with Riley Lloyd there. Just jinked it past the defender's stick and won the free hit. Blake Hernandez has switched the attack. And a penalty corner to Sutherland. So good control there from Riley Lloyd on the back line. I think he's drawn the infringement from the Briars defender. So Sutherland's third corner for this quarter. Starting to turn some of that attacking pressure into results in the D. If not goals, then at least corners. Which gives them an excellent opportunity from a set play.
And a beautiful bottom right save by the Briars goalie there.
Yes, it was good execution at the top from Sutherland. It was a good trap and a good drag flick from Blake Hernandez, but and it brought out a very good save from Briars goalkeeper. Alex Shaw through to Riley Nyland. Good pick up, good control. Found Matthew Bennett on the back line. Beautiful pass, and it's like the Sutherland midfield are lining up for their turn there. There was three of them around the dot, so very, very strong attacking position.
Sutherland just able to take their time with the ball in between halfway and the 25 and pick holes in the 11 defenders like they're not even there at the moment.
Blake Hernandez again, and that time a deflection from the Bride defence just in front of the goalkeeper. deflection over the side back line, so it'll be a corner to Sutherland, which Michael Sharkey has on the 25.
It's like we're watching the last 30 seconds on repeat.
Well done by Harry Roberts there. Controlled that ball when it came into the circle and onto the Briars defender's foot. So a fourth penalty corner this quarter. As Ethan says, it does seem that we're pretty much camped in this half of the field, which is exactly what Sutherland would like to see. This sort of pressure will bring results. Blake Hernandez saw his name in lights there for just a moment. It was an excellent drag flick, but the goalkeeper saved, and he was on for the rebound. Unfortunately, his strike went over the top, but it's good athleticism from him to get onto that ball. So Sutherland construct again. They really are denying Briars any time on the ball at all. That's good finessing by Wade Toller, and then Angus Callanan down there on the left. Unfortunately, the pass back in field has gone astray, and Briars have broken into offence. They're substantially outnumbered there. However, they have got the ball on the back line.
Southern want the hit but can't get it, and Briars capitalise and work their way in for the short corner.
That was a little bit unfortunate, but at the end of the day, you got to keep playing, not wait for the umpire to do it for you. So Briars win another corner. So despite all the Sutherland attack and pressure, they are still just one goal up. So the game's still very much in the balance from a scoreboard point of view. So that one onto the Sutherland, well, I think various Sutherland feet there. And Briars get another chance to take advantage of a penalty corner opportunity.
Very slow push out there, which gave the Sutherland runners a good chance to get out to it. So we'll see if they get another chance to get out to it here. Beautiful running from Sutherland there.
Well picked off by Angus Callanan there. He's got the ball. He's under pressure. And he's won the free hit from an over-enthusiastic Briars striker. Just put his stick where it shouldn't have gone.
And the pressure is released off Sutherland once again. And they look to build it up. Briars falling away to the 60. Not really putting any real pressure under the Sutherland defence here to work the ball around.
That's good strength from Angus Cullen in defence there to bring that ball away, and then Wade Tonner. Well worked out of defence. Just 10 seconds to go. Christian Halliard's put the ball long and just eludes Matthew Bennett's stick, but in the circumstances, very good play. And so we'll finish the second quarter with Sutherland leading 2-1. It's been a very strong first half from Sutherland. They've had field position, they've had ball possession, and they've had opportunities in the D. So all the lead-up work is good, and they'll continue to work in the second half on converting those opportunities. For Briars, they've got some hard work ahead of them to get back on equal terms. But at the end of the day, a couple of well-executed corners, which they've already shown they can do, can get them right back in this match.
Going into half-time at 2-1 down is probably a very good half-time score for Briars. They couldn't ask for much more with what they've shown in that first half. And I think Sutherland will probably be a little bit disappointed not being able to capitalise on how many corners have they had? 10 short corners?
Yeah, so Sutherland have 5 short corners. It might have just seemed like 10, Ethan, but it was...
we were there for a long time.
We were there for a lot of them. Yeah, so...
I think they would have hoped to have capitalised on more than one short corner out of those 5.
Yep, there was a few good saves from Briars' goalkeeper there on some of those corners. After Sutherland's first few efforts weren't successful. But good signs for Sutherland in that first half. The running particularly was good. The movement from the strikers, the ball movement from the midfield, all of those basics were there. And if they can keep that pace up, that energy in the second half, I'm sure they'll find a few more gaps.
So that's half-time here at Tradies Hockey Park, and we thank Craig again and Bob for joining us halfway through that quarter. The score is 2-1 to Sutherland. We're going to give them a chance just to take a little drink and a little break, and we'll be back shortly with the second half.
Okay, so the team's coming back onto the field. At least one of them have.
Briars ready to go, and
Briars ready to go.
To be seen.
Sutherland hiding behind their dugout. I have seen a game or two start without the opposition on the field. Sutherland won't want that to happen.
Be Briars against Wade and Buzz. Here we go, Sutho starting to jog out now. We'll get underway for the second half.
What race is Oh, character.
Derek. Fell off Derek. Lose that one.
So Briars have the ball.
I do it.
Start with a long pass through to their attack, which I think we'll see a lot more of from Briars in this half.
Sutho's finding space in the middle.
Good
already.
control from Michael Sharkey to get the ball through. Zach Keelan on it as we go into attack. And a corner to Sutherland. I'm sure we'll have to find a new name for that because it's a restart from the 25. Wade Tonner with the ball, finds Christian Halliard deep in the circle, and he's put the ball right onto Matthew Bennett's stick. Very good pass from Buzz, and enticed the goalkeeper forward, and got the ball across to the free striker. So that's good striker play.
Looks like there's been a change of strategy from Sutherland going into the second half. Looks like the pressure's a little less on the defenders of Briars, and Briars are able to build the play up moving forward. They've done well to win the hit there, so we'll see what they can build from the 25.
Umpire just checking there on Angus Cullinan. He thought he might have had some sort of strike to the head, I think. Briars have got a wall of blue shirts in front of them there, but somehow they managed to get the ball deep into the circle. Unfortunately, Sutherland's clearance has just gone straight back to Briars. Would have been a good pass if it had come off, but it was fairly low percentage to that Briars striker. So Alex Shaw now has the chance to bring the ball out of defence. That was a bit sloppy. So turn over to Briars. So Briars have got, they're into the circle now and forced a penalty corner. That was good control along the back line there. Just elevated the ball over the Sutherland defender's stick and subsequently won the penalty. So Briars have been able to capitalise on a bit of field position which they didn't have through most of the first half, and have now won another corner, and an opportunity for them to get back on level terms. Sutherland haven't started this quarter particularly well. They need to get their mind on the job here. That's off a Sutherland defender's foot, and so another penalty corner.
This game seems destined to be played down the southern end of the field. Northern end doesn't seem to be getting any action this game. But hopefully that can change if Sutherland starts to build up play and turn this around a little bit. See what Briars can do as this second chance of the PC.
That was good defence in the last line there by Mitch Ray that denied that Briars attacker Ball through from Harry Roberts. Almost found Matthew Bennett. They got the ball again from the 25. Blake Hernandez now carrying it forward. That was not a good pass. So the ball is now back out in deep in Sutherland's defence, and they restart. Sutherland haven't quite found the pace they were showing in the first half yet. It's not been a good start to this quarter. There's another ball that's gone astray. That's a long pass from Alex Shaw, but a ball that falls into a contested situation is always going to go the way of the defender. Good tackle from Blake Hernandez there, and he's found an outlet to Angus Callanan and through Mitch Ray and over to Wade Tonner. Amazing pass and trapped by Riley Nyland through. Excellent pass to Christian Halyard and a lovely play by Harry Roberts and Matthew Bennett. I'm sure Matthew Bennett claims that one, but it was almost in from Harry Roberts. So a good play by the pair of them, and just what you want to see from your high strikers. So 3-1 to Sutherland with 10 minutes remaining in this third quarter.
Briars just rushing it there.
So through Mitch Ray, unfortunate mistrap there by Blake Hernandez out wide. Sutherland under pressure there. Just need to retain a little more composure to work that ball out of defence. So that must have just come off Riley Lloyd's foot in the circle there. I thought it was a good tackle, but I think he just got his foot in the way. So another penalty corner to Briars. It's their sixth corner of the game. They've converted one of them and looked dangerous on a few of them. It certainly appears to be their best opportunity for scoring. Good running from the defenders there. It's good patience by Sutherland defence, and that ball from Blake Shaw seemed to have an outward swing on it, and it's gone over the sideline deep in Briars 25. That was a good attacking run through Briars, although they were running themselves into a difficult situation deep in the left corner. But they do have the ball in Sutherland's defence, and now their task is to win it. And I think they've done that. An error out of Alex Shaw.
Great defending there by Mitchell Ray, putting his body on the line to stop that shot. And then forcing the bad shot from the other Briars striker. So we start again with Sutho at the back, working their way up. But Briars again able to shut it down and work their way back towards Sutherland defenders.
This is looking promising from Sutherland. Harry Roberts with the ball. He's on 3 on him, but he's found the ball through to Zach Keelan.
He's lifted it that little bit too high.
Yeah, just couldn't find his other striker, so he had the goalkeeper committed to him. He was just looking for another striker, but there were too many Briars defenders there, and they shut it down. Matthew Bennett's high and pinched that. Unfortunately, Riley Noyland couldn't keep possession. Those sorts of turnovers are like gold if you can get a turnover high in the quarter. And this time Sutherland have turned it over in their defence, so find themselves under pressure. And that was a good play by Briars in attack. Ball passed into the circle, and the deflection, unfortunately for them, went high over the goal, but it was certainly a threatening play. Another fantastic overhead from Alex Shaw finds Christian Halliard just over the halfway line. Michael Sharkey through Wade Tonner. We'll go back to Mitch Ray. So Briars have broken that play down. Good play by Briars, strong position there, and have won the penalty corner. So Briars looking, after a scrappy start from Sutherland to this quarter, so Briars have got themselves more into the play and have won a few corners accordingly.
A combination of Briars finding another gear and Sutherland creating some unforced errors for themselves. They find themselves in a bit of a hole for the first 10 minutes of this quarter.
So Nathan Ackroyd was all over that one. Unfortunately, it came up off his body near a Briars striker, so another penalty corner. Briars' fourth penalty corner for the quarter. 3 minutes to go. A goal here would really reset the game. That mustn't have missed by much. So over the back line. I think it's come off a Sutherland defender. So So they're playing a corner. Goalkeeper just adjusting his attire. He needs all of it with these balls that come at him. And that ball just shepherded over the back line by Nathan Ackroyd. So Sutherland get the restart. Briars definitely pushing higher on their press here, which has put a lot of pressure on the Sutherland defence, and they're looking for an error. Much more positive play by Briars in the latter stages of this quarter.
Not allowing the Sutherland defenders to control the game like they were in the first half, but Sutherland still found a way through. And another unforced error, and Briars turned the ball around and come back down towards. And come up with a missed trap of their own.
Alex Shaw dancing. He may have run himself slightly out of position there. So he's heading back, but so Briars have the ball on their 25. Got it to the open side. This is their chance to break forward.
1 minute to go, looking for a final chance.
That's a good block between Angus Cullinan and Blake Hernandez. So they've turned the ball over, and one last chance for Sutherland. Unfortunately, Riley Nyland's Hail Mary pass didn't quite get to Matthew Bennett. Excellent back tackling and back pressure by Christian Halyard. He's got the ball. And a penalty there.
And a yellow card.
Particularly aggressive swing from the Briars defender.
And that'll take us into third quarter time.
So Sutherland have the advantage 3-1 at the end of the third quarter. Perhaps not their best quarter of the game. Certainly they didn't start well, but they did pick up a goal in that quarter. And so they have a 3-1 lead going into the final quarter. This is where the running they've done through the first half of the game, they would hope will pay dividends against a tiring Briars midfield and defence.
Sutherland looked like a totally different team in that third quarter to they did in the first half. You've been around the sport a long time. What do you think JC's telling them right now?
Well, JC's been around the sport even longer than me, and I reckon he's saying, let's get the basics right, guys, here. We don't want turnovers. We want good ball security, and we need to keep up the running. It's the running off the ball that makes the difference in creating the opportunities going through the midfield. So he would be saying to them, keep it simple at the back, and let's build the pressure through the midfield and find our open strikers up high. And he'd probably be saying to them, let's get these corners worked out, guys, I would suggest. Sutherland's had no corners in that quarter, but 5 for the match. So we need to, they will be looking for a bit more success from their penalty corner opportunities, although Harry Roberts has been successful with a couple of rebounds, which is certainly good to see.
So we're about to start the final quarter of the game. Sun's just still peeking through, but that should help the Sutherland defenders not having the sun in their eyes. And it's starting to cool down a bit now too. So hopefully there's a lot of running and we can get a good result by the end of this game.
Some good ball control from Briars out of their midfield, but Harry Roberts won the turnover there, and Matthew Bennett through to Zach Keelan.
And they win the short corner.
And they win the short corner. Very valuable. Just shows how dangerous and important turnovers in the opposition quarter are. That really put the pressure back on Briars as they'd gone forward, and the gaps were there for the Sutherland attack. So
came out in this first minute of the fourth quarter, how they finished the second quarter. So not sure what their game plan changed in the third quarter, but we'll see if they can keep this up for the last 16 minutes.
That's a pretty good save from the Briars goalkeeper there. Well executed corner, but he was certainly in position and on top of that.
Sutherland will look to block Briars in the corner here. He can look up and all he can see is blue.
That's good cover defence from Blake Hernandez. Got him first to the ball, which is always the first rule in defence. Make sure finds Mitch Ray at the back. And Angus Cullinan with three players pressuring him. Keeps control of the ball, and Sutherland are away through Wade Tonner. That's a terrific ball to Matthew Bennett deep in the left side defence. And he was just looking for a fast-running Harry Roberts, but the ball just evaded Harry. That was a well-executed attack, quick ball movement.
Briars will look to build it up from the back after that mistake from Sutho. And they've done very well to get it through there.
That's some strong running and passing by Briars there. And they've won another penalty corner. Very strong attacking run. Good crossfield pass. So Briars have their first corner of the fourth quarter.
Briars having a long talk about this short corner. They're not straight into positions like previous goes, so they must really be thinking about how they're going to get past Nathan Ackroyd this time. And again,
Good
perfect
Sutherland.
running from Sutherland, and they turn around for a 4-on-1.
So Christian Hannah's high, and they have two strikers on the left. Zach Keelan with a strike. Unfortunately found the goalkeeper. Southern still with the ball and having Bright under pressure. That's a terrific pass by Christian Halyard. Found Riley Lloyd with the shot. And another great save from Briars goalkeeper from Christian Halyard. So I think Briars goalkeeper kept them in the game there with a couple of excellent saves. However, Sutherland need to do better when you got 3-on-1.
The umpire's really trying to take charge of this game here. Trying to keep it from getting out of hand.
That's good play from Briars out of the midfield through into attack. Oh, good tackle from Alex Shaw, very nice tackle. Just nudged the ball onto a Briars foot. Kept it simple. Riley Nyland on the ball. Got 3 with him. Laid it off to Harry Roberts.
See you later. See you, champ. Yep. Yeah, you. Get off you go.
So some off the ball interplay between a couple of the players has left both Sutherland and Briars with one player short.
So Sutherland will be down 1 player till 30 seconds left. Briars down 2 players for the time being. Sutho should be hoping to capitalise before they're a player down in a couple of minutes. But they put the ball straight over the back line and look to put the pressure on them again.
Hold the ball as a call out of the Sutherland defence. That'd be a good idea. You don't want to run yourself ragged when you're down players.
Briars have 1 player returned to the field, so we're back to 10-on-10. Both teams looking very tired. A lot of legs only walking out there at the moment.
It's a good ball through from Blake Hernandez to Matthew Bennett. He's looking for his options and has found Michael Sharkey at the top. Terrific pass in, almost found Hayden Neal in front of the goalkeeper. So Briars have essentially retreated to their 25 here, allowing Sutherland to bring the ball up uncontested. That's a good turn from Riley Lloyd. And Harry Roberts with the ball. He's turned his player twice. Oh, some good passing in there in front of the goal. Final ball just evaded Hayden Neal, but very good patience on the ball from Sutherland strikers there. Just the final pass that went slightly astray.
That was unbelievable patience there from Harry. Could have taken the shot multiple times, but still manages to find the pass straight to the other striker's stick. But the chance still goes begging. Still with a 2-goal lead, so they can still relax. and look to work the ball out here. They don't need to rush or cause any pressure on themselves.
So the field entirely in shadow now. Harry Roberts on the ball. He's found Hayden Neal. And so as Hayden Neal was lining up for an almighty left side tommer, just got a little nudge from the Briars defender, and that has resulted in the Briars defender being asked to leave the field on a yellow card and Sutherland being awarded a penalty stroke.
We have Harry Roberts up, looking for his third goal of the game.
Well, that was close, but hit the post, so that's unfortunate. Goalkeeper had gone the wrong way, and
I was watching him practice those on Thursday night, and I don't think I saw him go right once, so that surprised me. So one Briars player goes off as another comes on, and we stick to 10 on 10 for the last 5 minutes of the game.
final pass from Briars going astray there, but it was good work through the midfield. However, ball's back with Sutherland, and their position's looking reasonably secure at this point, although it's never too late to take another goal. Good pass from Matthew Bennett to Christian Halyard, and he's gone the overhead to Harry Roberts, who somehow can't reach that one. It was, I think, 6 foot above him, but
Calls from the crowd for him to grow.
for a strong tennis player, that was a gimme.
Sutherland just looking to slow it down and control the ball. They're in no rush to turn it over or take it to Briars.
The game's entered a new phase with Matthew Bennett at left defender, but he is moving up. So Sutherland leading 3-1. Just under 3 minutes to go. Good 1-2 from Matthew Bennett to Michael Sharkey. And that ball's just gone astray. Right idea and some good leading from Christian Halyard, but just couldn't get onto that pass. Sutherland trying not to overcommit in the tackles here. They're just crowding the Briars ball carrier, forcing them to throw the ball through. And Matthew Bennett has found Christian Halyard, and he has collected another penalty stroke.
And that is a suspension next week for that player.
That's a 10-minute yellow, which probably complements Rolling Island's 10-minute yellow. So another penalty stroke for Sutherland. This one to be taken by Christian Halyard, the player who's brought down. Harry having been sacked. That was straight in the side, very well executed. So goal to Buzz Halyard, and Sutherland lead 4 goals to 1.
And with 1 minute left, that goal will pretty well wrap up the result. I wouldn't imagine it changing too much from here.
I think both sides would be hopeful of no further yellow cards. Mitch Ray was appreciative of that ball falling onto his stick. And a good pass from Matthew Bennett just evades Riley Lloyd in the centre. So Briars come back for probably the last attacking play of the game. 16 seconds to go. Well, I think that's it. So the game finishes with a victory to Sutherland 4-1. Very important win for Sutherland in the context of their position on the table, and keeps them in the hunt for a top 4 position. They need to build some momentum after a couple of false starts earlier in the season. So good result for Sutherland. Some very good play through the game. They did have their low patches, particularly that start of that third quarter, but a good performance overall and a good win for Sutherland. So Ethan, any final words?
No, thanks for having me. It's been fun. Might have been a bit of a slow start, but all in all, good result for Sutherland. That's 2 in a row now, and they were able to pick up 1 goal in each quarter, so they can't be too disappointed. And Briars isn't a bad side, but I think they need to be careful from here on. There was a few cards that didn't need to be had there, and RJ will be close to missing a game now, so he'll have to be careful in the coming games as well. So,
okay, well that's it from us. Thank you for those who are with us this afternoon. Bye for now.
Thank you to Craig from the commentary. And if you're wanting some more hockey this evening, move over to the Sydney Hockey Facebook page, where you can watch the live streaming from Sydney Olympic Park. Tonight it's Manly, Gordon North Sydney versus Sydney University. So feel free to go across to the Sydney Hockey Facebook page and watch the main streaming event tonight from Sydney Olympic Park. Well, that's it from Tradies Hockey Park. Congratulations to Sutherland, 4-1 winners over Briars. Good evening, everybody.